Good morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time. Welcome to my virtual journal, Risk Neutral Trading. Ought to be a clue as to what this stream's about. It is my virtual journal. First of all, of course, the usual disclaimers apply. It is not for financial or trade advice. I'm not monetized in any way, so the sole motivation here is, as I just stated, it is my virtual journal. You know, I'm honored by likes and subs, so please do that. And I really encourage anybody that wanders through here to drop something in the chat, say hello, where they're from, participate. You know, that's great. It's trading's a lonely business, and it's nice to interact through the day along a subject line. I stream this at 1440p, so if you're having grainy, video on your side with YouTube, hit the gear button and it is high def. So there's that. Yeah, all of the disclaimer. There is a disclaimer in the description, by the way, of the stream, so you can also refer to that. The idea here is my virtual journal, and what that means is I first realize the importance of a journal, but I don't multitask very well, and so for me to focus on trading and then be screen snapping and typing and thinking about that meaningfully doesn't work very well. So this is perfect. I capture everything on the screens that I'm looking at in the video. And my voice over here gives insight as to what I was thinking. And I don't have to be snapping and typing and carrying on. I can focus on the trading or the market at least. And that's where I am at this point. So let's move. I think that pretty much. Oh, yeah. And another reason for YouTube is, as you might figure out if you've been around a while here, the stream starts now at 8 o'clock in the morning and continues through 1500 in the afternoon, which is the cash close. The reason for that is I have a very strong commitment to never take a trade off the stream here with these accounts. And that provides ultimate transparency and accountability. Bookmap and both Bookmap and IRT record in detail any trade, any movement of stops, anything like that, as well as the P&L and all those things. So transparency, accountability is tantamount. My commitment to not take any trades off the stream, unfortunately, ends up the stream is 7 hours long every day. But that's what it is. I do capture and create a series of chapters or timestamps, which are updated after the stream closes for review, and I wouldn't expect anybody, including myself, to listen to 7 hours or, go back and hopefully find something interesting in 7 hours worth of video. Another reason for pushing it to YouTube, besides transparency, accountability, and sharing it is, you can't be more public than sharing it this way, which adds credibility or accountability to me, for me. I can review on YouTube. I can review the stream on any device, so that's pretty handy. Let's move on now. I try to stick pretty much to the same routine every morning, so it's kind of. Oops, I didn't want that one. Here is our numbers for the day. We got crude at 9:30. This is the key one. All eyes essentially this week are on the FOMC. And here are the meeting minutes, which will be out at 1300 today as normal. The big granddaddy potential unknown critical risk for the week will be right down here at 9 o'clock. Fed Chair Powell's speech from Jackson Hole. That's going to be the real, now we have a lot of data points out tomorrow. We've got Philly Fed, jobless claims, global PMI, existing home sales. Oof, tomorrow's going to be a biggie too. But I think that in reality, the market has kind of shrugged off a lot of these numbers because they seem to be, it's like a crackhead. They are laser focused on the Fed story. So there's that. Now, in these news sites, I have two. Investing.com, which is great for a concise overview of the reports, numbers out, the earnings. There's no real earnings out this week, much to speak of. We got Lowe's, which will give us some insight as to housing, Target, consumer prices maybe. NVIDIA is out next week, Wednesday. That's a huge one, right? That's the granddaddy of them all in the tech sector. So this is investing.com, and these sites are free. The other site that I look at sort of frequently is Financial Juice. It's pretty much the same in terms of the numbers and the whatnot. EU ambassador. I wonder which, one of his buddies that one is. Anyway, hopefully it's a good person. I have no idea. And then this is more of a running squawk box. So I like Financial Juice for this column over here more so than it's kind of different, Both of these can be filtered, and I should have pointed that out. Both of these can be filtered for your time zone, your region, the reports of interest, 2-star, 3-star, whatever. So those are the two that I recommend. There you go for the news. So today we've got 1,300, okay, and 930 is the crude inventories, and then 1,300 is the biggie. And we might have some random risk that we're not aware of because in the last, since about last November or for sure January, that any time that there's a possibility of or a microphone or a camera, we have a potential risk of just some offhand comment that moves the market. So there you go. Now let us go to the pre-market here. Well, this is IRT, which is my basic charting package. Here is yesterday's RTH session. Here's the overnight. We're now back here in range. Let's get over here and let's make sure this is right. We're back here, sort of pretty much of a rotational day. Inventory would be about 100% short, however, because here's our open. So virtually all of the trade is short. Yesterday was a big sell-off, right? No question about that. So my expectation this morning, not a prediction, but an expectation, would be some responsive buying to cover some of these shorts ahead of, big news. That's just my assessment of it. Here is, by the way, this is the ES Mini. This is the NINQ Mini. This is the micro composite chart. So this is my version of this is my high time frame chart. And anybody can do this type of thing on pretty much any charting package. This is a day session only. The RTH session, which is 8:30 in the morning to 1600 Central Standard Time. And these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that by doing so, it generates a micro composite VPOC. These red and green high and low volume nodes, which just here's a high volume node and here's a low volume node. It's just real easy, right? And those red and green lines push automatically to bookmap. This is the all-time high up here, by the way, of the adjusted contract in the day session. And this is market profile of the ES. You can see what a big trend sell-off day we had yesterday. Basically a B shape, which in market profile ease indicates long liquidation, and that would be pretty to be expected, right? We flew up here on fumes, couldn't get anywhere, and longs liquidated back down here to where we started this hootenanny. Makes perfect sense to me. We're red across the board. Now these numbers change red and green. The statistics change red and green by where we are trading now, which is where'd my mouse go? Come on. Old girl's getting sleepy on me here. Last price as it compares to settlement. 64.32 half, and we're at 64.25 half. So, 7 handles lower than settlement. That's why these numbers are red. Percent change is only 0.10% negative change. On pretty light volume, we've only traded 138,000 contracts so far since last night at 1,700. Zooming over to Bookmap. Now this is my Bookmap and my execution platform. This is the micro composite chart where I manually enter POC and these naked volume points of control, etc. This is the high and low volume nodes. Incidentally, this one I put in every evening marks the regular trading session volume point of control price at the close yesterday, and that's right there in my IRT data. This is the high and low volume nodes pushed automatically by Bookmap. This is the full session volume profile. That's all we've done overnight. Full session, not overnight. So this started at 1,700 last night and will continue through 1,600 today. This is the RTH volume profile, and let's hope it resets automatically at 8:30 like it's supposed to. I upgraded the Bookmap last night to the latest beta version at the suggestion of one of my colleagues. I typically only run stable or production, but I went to beta because, as he said, it fixed a whole lot of this crap, so we'll see. This is a notes column, which is really important to me. And the first thing I do is change the title of the column to reflect the open type that we will have for today's RTH session. And determining that is really, really simple, as is everything I do. Common sense, logic, and math, statistics, that's it. If we opened right here, right now, that's 64 quarter and 20, point in a tick, okay? How does that relate to the previous RTH close? It's lower than the close, and it is within range because here's the low and the high is up here above us. So today, if we opened right here, right now, it would be lower in range. There's only 4 open types, and that's the one. The reason this is important is it dictates which statistics we're going to use that are applicable to the session prices right here, which push automatically from Bookmap. Next thing I do is clear the notes to get rid of all the stats and stuff from yesterday. And now we're ready to rock. That brings us to the chart. Now, there are no indicators on my charts or my IRT. All prices and all levels here are just straightforward common sense, nothing to be questioned or daunting. There's no magic potion, nothing. There is a POC for the full session, the RTH, and this is the full session. Now, Bookmap is saying that after the restart, it didn't get its act together very well. This is where we closed as far as IRT is concerned, the POC. Bookmap is saying it's up here. Anyway, it doesn't matter. There's only 2 POCs, and they just mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So here at 64.26 quarter or half, the most contracts have traded so far in the full session. That's all there is to it. The minute any one of these prices is 1 contract higher than 64.61, the minute this says 64.62, this POC is going to move there. That's all there is. It's really simple. There's one for the full session, and there's one for the full session and the RTH. There's a VWAP for both Globex and RTH. Now that you might justifiably and correctly refer to that as an indicator because it is a computed line. It's not lagging. It keeps right up with price and volume, but it's not like a moving average or something, or RSI or one of those things. And this is the mid for the RTH session. The only other lines that sometimes give people trouble or, confusion are the IB high and low, which here's the low, so that means the high's above us, isn't it? This is an acronym from the market profile days for initial balance. What these two lines or levels actually represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. No more, no less. They move down, the high moves up with price for the first hour. At 9:30 Central Standard Time, they stop moving, period. Now, at that point, there's a statistic becomes live, which we'll talk about later, but that's all there is to it. Let's look at speaking of statistics, let's look over there, and they are derived from this study in IRT. Conveniently, it highlights the correct open type column, and it was the same yesterday. The study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 trading days, we opened lower in range 589 of them for 29%. Of these days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 83.9 times, 83.9% or 494 times. Boop. Overnight volume point of control. Hold on, we got to make this a little wider here because it's hiding right down here. There we go. 84.9, is that what it was? 83.9, oh, see? 83.9% of the time. And that's all there is to the statistics. And then I just go down the list. The next order of business will be the overnight mid, and that's 83.0. And there's the overnight mid. 83.0. Oop. And then we have the previous close, which is 73.7. I'm just going down the list, which are ordered by a probability. The IB high is 70.6. Okay, that's going to be way in the hell up here somewhere. Because there's the low. The high was, we sold off like nobody's business yesterday. Now, the IB high happens to be right under the previous RTH high, again, as it was yesterday, because on the open, we zoomed up there and tagged that, set this price. Remember that the IB high and low just marked the high and the low of the first 1 hour. So right after the open, we went up here and tagged this price out and never went back. 70 point whatever I said. 70.6. Now I go like this, IB high. And I put those initials there because what's the definition? The high and low of the first 1 hour. So that means that the minute we open, these two lines, these two flags are going to move to the current RTH session, high and low. Won't be up here anymore. And I'll look back in a little, few hours and go, what the hell was 70.6%? And I'll be able to know it was the IB high. That's all there is to this. Falling off a log simple. Previous value area low is 69.1. Okay. Now, before I get too carried away here, hold on. Overnight low is 66.7. That's a good one. Let me just point out that a couple of things. The difference between value area low and developing value area low is the following. Developing means the current auction. Just the value area low and or high are for the previous auction. And I will adjust my charting in IRT so that these levels reflect the RTH sessions only. So after the open, this will be accurately reflect the value area low and high of the previous RTH session, which was yesterday. If I didn't change the charts, this would suddenly be for this current overnight session, right? Because it only looks at the previous auction. That's minutia, but there you go. Overnight high is 52.1. Let's get wound out here a little bit so we can get more accurate. Like, for example, right over here, I got this off. The IB low is 60.6, and again, that's not very meaningful anymore because it's so far above us. We had a huge sell-off last night or yesterday. In case you missed that one, we're asleep under a rock or something. Actually, no real bad news. Particularly, Sam Altman came out and babbled some crap, some CEO bullshit about OpenAI, which wasn't really dramatic, and it was typical CEO speak. I mean, what they do every quarter is tamp down expectations so that they can meet their projection, and then the stock goes up. That's the game, right? And that's what he was doing in effect. Now people give him a lot of attention because he's the grandfather kind of this whole shooting match here. What am I missing here? Previous RTH low. Where's that? $51.6. Okay, those are the statistics, and there we go. Now it's time for me to do something else, and I'll jump right back to the statistics here. But the important thing to remember is the statistics are statistics. You know, that sounds like military intelligence, but, you know, it isn't an oxymoron, actually. They only represent a probability of when something, of the number of times that this event happened, looking back over 2,000 days. That is a probability, period. It is not a hard and fast target, a hard and fast line in the sand. It is a probability. Okay? But you'll be amazed, if you hang around here a while, you'll be amazed to discover how frequently these current, you know, there's a reason that this is 83.9%. That means that out of 2,000 days, this was visited 83.9% of the time. And you'd be surprised. I'll bet you money it's visited today. There you go. Statistic. Now, the next order of business that I need to get to is the TLab, which Snap I just put in right here. I do this every day at about 8:20. And around 6-ish, I put in the copy of the reports for the day. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by Tom B. It's completely free. You do have to join the bookmap Discord server, obviously. And there's a link to that in the description here. And then after you get there, if you're interested, navigate over here to the Traders Lab Tom B. Okay? It is first and foremost, it's completely free. You do not even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap. And all the resources, you know, which there's a lot of screen snaps and stuff in there, are free if you're interested in any of that. And there's a good crew of people in there. Tom does not trade live, nor does he call trades. But he's a professional trader, has been at this for like 46 years. It's very successful. And I can only say that because I believe him. I can guarantee you're never going to see a Lambo or a bunch of gold chains. But I think if you sift the wheat from the shaft after a while, you'll figure out that what people are saying might have some validity to it and what their motivation is. And I think Tom's motivation is genuinely to help traders. Common sense, risk management, And as I said, the crew in there, Rod and Ned and countless guys whose names I'm not going to try to remember all of, are good. They're common sense, they're adult. It's not like Romper Room and things like that. So wander over to the Traders Lab if you are interested. And it's the only other site I recommend, even including the Bookmap Discords, other Discord places. I have certainly not been to all of them, and there's a lot. I have been to 2 others, and they were more typical. They were typical. The second word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell something, and that's fine if that's what that person wants to do, and that's fine if Bookmap wants to support that. But that's not something I'm interested in, and therefore I don't recommend them. Now, I do recommend the Traders Lab. So if you feel like going over there, checking it out, please do so. It's a Discord place, right? And he streams for like an hour and a half, I think, every day from 10:30 to 12 or something like that. So there you go. I don't go there much anymore because I'm here, right? So there's that. And I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Okay. Next thing that's probably pretty darn important is being able to trade, wouldn't you think? We have 3 minutes, so I got to do this fast. The first thing you have to do with Bookmap is activate the trade control panel, where you select which method you're going to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If it's the chart, you can only trade with your mouse in the chart column, or active data column. If it's the DOM, you can only use the DOM columns. I use both, and guess what? That's both columns. The next thing I do is activate the multi-brackets, which is how this is a really handy tool, and this is the key or the fundamental of this whole site and my trading philosophy, which is a risk-neutral trade management setup. And this is the minimum risk-neutral trade package. It needs to be an even number of contracts. 2, you establish in your homework by your account risk tolerance and volatility of the markets, etc., what the stop will be for the entire package. Once you have those 2 numbers, the T1 target is automatic. It is for the same amount of ticks as the stop is. The stop's negative, T1 is positive, and for half of the package. Once this scale is achieved, the trade is risk neutral. The worst that can possibly happen is you scratch the trade. Then I also do this, which has been an issue here lately. That's the copy thing. And that after those things are done, I confirm the right package size. I click this button again, and that stays green, padlocks unlocked, and I get the real estate back, and I can see all the same data that I need up here, plus I have cancel and close all. You can see that that's the same trade data as it is up here. There you go. And this is always only in ticks. I never do anything with money. I don't believe you should trade your P&L. So good luck, hook in and hang on, and I'm dying to see if this column resets automatically at 8:30 like it's supposed to. If it doesn't, there will be a flurry of expletives. So I'll apologize in advance. But that's where we are, and we're going to open here in 15 seconds. We have our trade control panel activated. We've selected the package. We have a risk neutral package queued up. We've gone through we know that we are net negative inventory. We've just now opened. It didn't reset. That's really disappointing. More than you can imagine. Jesus, that's irritating. I had this ticked, but I thought didn't need to anymore. Well, now it's not doing anything magical. Something is wrong with, now it's reset, but why is that happening there? I don't know. And this is our open. So we have taken out the overnight volume point of control, which is, you'll notice, jumped up right before the open. We've taken that out already. We haven't taken the mid, and we've traded up here a little bit. Now, one of the things that I've been doing lately is putting in a vertical line at the session start. There. That way I can, that's just a visual reference. I can glance left, and if I see that blue line, I know I have the entire session on the screen, which is my mission these days. Okay, we're 50 cents high here. That's probably a little bit tight. Remember that, or I guess I haven't talked about it yet, but this is complete crap here. Boy, I'm disappointed about that. I can't even begin to tell you. I was really hopeful that this was going to work. If this was a, substandard piece of POS computer, I would be, okay, that's what it is. But this was the latest Intel chip. I build my own trading machines, and I built this 3 years ago, or 4, whatever it is, when we got here, late August or October-ish of 21. It is it's an i9 12900K processor with 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. And no frickin' excuse for any kind of delays or memory stuff that I can imagine. And the could be that the GPU is a little light. It's a 3060. It's a NVIDIA RTX 3060 with 12 gigs of RAM itself. I don't know. It's just I don't know what to say. And this worked perfectly for years, literally, until recently. Now this drama here. Now you see the line of the IB low, and the flag is above it. That is understandable behavior, and it is not a problem or a bug. Now they've caught up. Both the flag and the line are driven instantaneously by the IRT data. However, Bookmap will only allow me to set the refresh rate on the cloud note column at 1 minute. And the folks who wrote the indicator over here for this price line, which uses the same data, exactly the same CSV as does the flag, obviously have it less. So it's down here now, and in a second the IB low is going to jump. The flag will jump down there. First time I saw that, I thought, whoa, what's this? And then I dug into it a little bit and realized the issue. Well, we've taken out all of the downside targets, eh? We've taken out that 83% has come to pass. The 83.0 has come to pass. 69% has come to pass. Previous low, 51, has come to pass. What are we doing? Well, we're building so much for my idea of responsive buying with negative short inventory overnight. This market wants to get lower ahead of the Fed thing. A couple of different ways you can think about that. They're trying to get prices down. They're shaking out all the longs that were irrational exuberance. They're getting prices down so they get a good buy. It's cheap. They're getting them cheaper. assuming that their expectation of the Fed rate cut, which seems to be the only thing that motivates the market these days, whether it's good for the economy or not, they don't care. They only want to, that's what they want to trade around. And they don't care, you know, if men, women, and children are dying because of it, they're only interested in trading, and they're interested in their trading account. That's the reality of trading, unfortunately. Speculators is what this market really is. So there we go. We have the IB high and low. Again, the first 1 hour of the high and low of the first 1 hour. Pretty wide range though, huh? About 15 handles, or a little less, 13. Now, one of the things I do besides keep the entire range on screen, or try to, is I try to, this is now 50 cents or 2 ticks. This is half of a point. I do that. What I try to do through the day is keep this at 1 point as it is. Oh, no. Come on, man. Keep it at 1 point if I can ever get it there. I wish I could just automatically set this. It would be so handy. There's 1 point. Looks a lot less volatile, doesn't it? Now, I'm not saying that you should do this or that it's the right thing, but at this moment, I'm looking at the whole range, trying to keep it on the screen and keep the price level at 1 point high. And that's what we are now, 31 to 30. So this is, you know, inside of here are 4 ticks. To give myself a consistent sense of scale and proportion. That's the idea. That's my idea. Is it a valid one? Oop, who knows? But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, eh? I believe with trading, you got to do that. If you're all over the board with this, you know, this idea, this strategy, that strategy, it's not going to work. Okay. Here we go. Remember that we've got the crude numbers at the top of the hour, which may or may not move the market much. They will certainly move CL. But they do come into play a lot around this whole Russia-Ukraine story. Okie dokie. Now you can see that the current VWAP is sitting on top of the previous mid, ETH mid, and the current RTH mid is on top of the previous MVPOC, and we didn't take out this one yet, did we? Yes, we did. So this is my workflow for numbers or levels that have been revisited, which are no longer applicable or stale, in my opinion, is I just change the text to black. Now I know that's been traded over. And remember that that is the location of the previous RVPOC at the close yesterday afternoon. Not to be confused with the close. This is the location of the POC at the close, and here's the close. And we haven't gotten up to those statistics yet. And we may not. Remember, settlement's in the way over here. We pulled up here in the IB high to within 2 ticks of settlement, or 2 points of settlement, and didn't go looking up there. we're still red across the board, 0.21% net change negative. Volume is volume. What's the volume doing in the bigger picture here? Well, right now we're at 80% volume at this time of day, for this time of day. It's important, or maybe important, to mention here that this last 2 weeks of August is generally considered the most illiquid, lightest, quietest, can be quietest 2 weeks of the trading year, outdone only by the Christmas New Year session. As you can see, it's still fairly volatile right now, and they're definitely still looking lower. Never mind all that responsive buying idea. There will come a time, of course, when that's what they're going to do. Now we have to be thinking that here's our overnight low, and there is the MCVP and the micro composite VPOC from the 8th of August. Back to seasonality and the calmness of the market. That can be a double-edged sword. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily quiet. It means that it is the lowest liquidity. In other words, the lowest number of participants. Because everybody's on vacations the last 2 weeks of the month. The Fed's fly fishing at Jackson Hole. You know what I mean? So, but you need to be on alert, because any critical risk or random risk that hits the market can have a huge response of volatility because it's so light. It doesn't, the reason the NASDAQ, people call it trading the snake, and everybody knows how volatile it is. It's because it's a very thin, light market compared to the ES. The most liquid is the LIBOR rate, and then you go down to the bonds and notes for the states, But that's, the more liquid they are, the less movement. It just is common sense. If it takes 1,000 traders to move the ES, or let's say the NASDAQ 1 point, because of, you remember that when a trader puts in a big order, what they're going to do is they're going to take out these price levels. That's the liquidity, the resting liquidity. Okay. And if you take out 1,000, put in 1,000 lot order, you're going to take out a whole bunch of these levels up here to get that order completely filled, if you just threw it on the market at once. Well, if the ES is twice as liquid as the NQ, then it's probably going to take half as many orders to fill that 1,000 lot, i.e. it's going to be a lot less volatile. And that's why you can have either a really quiet day like we did day before yesterday, which was just looked like a flat line. And now we have some, then we get a little bit of random news and we get that huge volatility, and down we went. That's because it's a light market. So be on guard. And we have this Fed story coming up. And at this moment in time in this year and all those things, that's the big thing everybody's watching for. And they're continuing to push lower. Remember that we're only just down. Well, let's look over here. Higher time frame, right? Micro composite, daily session only. Overlapping bars, volume profile. Overlapping, and these are daily candles. Okay, here is non-farm payroll. Reality hits. Trump throws his toys out of the cot, fires the guy, whatever. Well, okay, now they trade it back up. The market goes down to go up and goes up to go down. And here we have the big spike on maybe the Ukraine story. And now we're right back down to where that started. And incidentally, here, right, you notice how this VPOC lines up almost exactly on this one. And remember that the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up because of the wonderful things it does. It's a zero-sum game, you know. See a lot of volume pushing up and down right here, right now. You notice that? Look at that. Sell volume. Now, in my book map here, these bubbles, which are just 2D, I don't see the need to expend computational power to make them look like 3D little balls and be cute. These are delta. They're colored by delta. So there's obviously both buying and selling here. There's an iceberg going along here. But the net result is, in this case, red. So that's net result is sell delta as opposed to buy delta. And you must imagine, I mean, think about it. If you're a bigger, higher time frame and you're taking the other side of all this buying, I guess it's time to actually talk about that. It's important to remember that trading is a zero-sum environment, meaning that unlike stocks or Forex or crypto is just all Ponzi scheme, but stocks, there is a pool of stock. Shares have been issued. You can trade them. In futures, and why they are referred to as a contract, futures contract, not futures shares or stocks or any other thing, it is a contract between a buyer and a seller. Well, that means there can be and never is ever more buyers than sellers or more sellers than buyers. That is, if you hear somebody say that, you know right away they don't have a goddamn clue. Sorry, a damn clue, in my opinion, or a vague one. The market goes up through aggression. These buyers come across the inside bid and hit the ask, and up they go. Goes down by aggression. The sellers come across the bid and come across the inside market and hit the bid, and down it goes. That's how the market goes up and down, as I understand it, and I think I do. Never, ever is there more buyers than sellers or the other way around. It's aggression. So what does that mean? That means that for every, let me get back over here, buyers, they come across the inside bid and aggressive, hit the bid, right? What does that mean? Well, first of all, we're about down here to our overnight low, and then we've got this POC below us, and that's the last that we had on the books. So this is a sell-off for sure. What happened here? Buy. And who was on the other side of all those trades? Getting short, getting shorter, getting shorter, getting shorter, getting shorter, holding more short inventory. And how is that other time frame? I believe it's another time frame. I know for a fact that I couldn't hold a short for, 100 handles. How is that other time frame going to make money? They're going to come down through and start hitting these stops and bring the price lower. That's how they get their money. That's how they make their money back. Even if it's an options hedge, they don't want to lose money, I don't believe. And if I'm wrong, throw something in the chat and point it out. I'm all ears. But this is why the market goes down to go up and goes up to go down. And that's the nature of it. There you go. And here we are. We've taken out the IB low and whatever that statistic was down there, which is the overnight low. You see that both labels are out here where the flags can't do that. And now we're looking lower and people are starting to get nervous. We're at 4.4% net change negative on the S&Ps. Never mind the idea of how fun it would be to have responsive buying to cover our shorts. These shorts are not even remotely worried about that. Do they know something we don't? Who knows? This is all based, in my opinion, in what I hear. I should rephrase that. It's based on my opinion, and my opinion is derived a great deal on the commentary and data numbers and things of people a hell of a lot smarter than I am in the business. So they believe that we're heading lower, and here we go. Here we come to this. This is the naked VPOC from the 11th. We can see that over here. Not showing properly here. Maybe I've got it in the wrong freaking spot. I don't know. We've already cleaned out the MCVPOC from the 8th, according to my data here. And that confirms what I see over here. So, not good, eh? Not good for... We're now into the 63s. We came through that century figure pretty easily. So if you were a genius or a compulsive trader or a rearview mirror guy, you immediately recognized that we were going to continue short and got short at the open, and boy, are you a star, and good for you if that happened. I wouldn't say it's a skill or a trait you could probably rely on for consistent profitability trading as a business, but it's a hell of a good bet and a good gamble. I thought we'd have responsive buying first, as I said in the pre-market, to even up some of that negative short overnight inventory. They didn't even think about it. They just opened and down they went. I'll be right back. Okay, now, oh, now brown cow. Well, I'm not sure if it's a discipline or a curse, but I don't have a problem with discipline or sticking to my plan. That may be, you know, my plan. I am now vetting the IB trades. They don't set, as you are very aware, until 9:30. So I got nothing to do except moderate the just monitor the market and narrate about it and think out loud here. And that, you know, that could be, maybe that's, like I said, maybe that discipline or self-control is a curse more than a blessing, because obviously there's a number of opportunities here to get short, make good money. But I am going to finish this process. I feel like in the long run, you have to stick to your guns. The market is pretty much a continual stream of opportunities. Now, if we have a big sell-off and a big correction, and I don't get involved in that because I'm doing something, this vetting story, I'll be pretty disappointed. You know, if it's a unique market environment. We're definitely a lot of signals and data, historical data. The numbers are more extreme by, like 5.9 points to 5.3 points than they were at the 2000.com bubble when it popped, just as an example. And I'm not certainly the one I wouldn't want to quote those numbers, but like I said, those who are astute and who are really into this professionally and have been for years, that's what they're talking. Those are the numbers they're talking. Now I haven't flagged, but I will. I'm asleep at the wheel here. The migrating volume points of control. And why do I do that? Well, in the olden days, when I didn't have the full session in view, or didn't think to do that, I would be more zoomed in to watch the intricacies of or the minutia of price action through the day. And yes, this yellow line will continue to plot all day very faithfully. But pretty quick, it will scroll off the left of the stream and you can't see, or left of the screen, and you won't see where it has been. I'm not going to try to capture all this crap right through here. And so I could look here and see the migration and the locations of the point of control throughout the day. My goal is to keep, or my aim is to keep all the data I need to trade right here in the hard right edge where I can see it in front of me, and then to my right is my RT stuff. Now that I do this, that's not as necessary because I can see the whole migration of the POC. So there you go. There is that. And we got this one too, eh? Yes, we did. They're taking them out right, left, and center around here now. This is really weird. I don't know what is going on exactly here, but these levels aren't lining up, and I'm not sure why. I'm disappointed about that. MCVPOC I have for the 8th of August. That's 64-ish. Now let's iron this out. This is the MC chart, where this got kind of confusing for me, trying to align myself with others in the, static and other places, so we're all talking the same things. As I said, typically wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile. At this point, we had a big gap here, and so I shut this volume profile off and put this one on. Then I got to talking to Tom and some guys, and they were, and Rod, and they're capturing this whole group. I also, when we had this big gap low, I also quit and then started plotting from down here. Now it's sort of all encompassed around itself, right? I'm not exactly sure what to do, whether to remove these completely. Here's 6406, so there's this volume point, there's this micro composite volume point of control taken out. So let's jump back over here and make sure we're in the right spot. Well, there we are, 6406. I love it when the plans comes together, right? And when was that put in? Ah, I see what the problem is. I'm moving my damn thing and catching the wrong days. So that was put in. There's, I highlight the candlestick and you look over here. That final number was on the 11th of August and not the 8th. It was originally set on the 8th, but I'll make it for the most current date, and that is the 11th. And it is now Blackaroony. Because why, boys and girls? It's been revisited and it's no longer a live number. Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze, and I do that very loudly. And I value all your hearing. Oh man, here we go some more. Okay. I guess I've got everything pretty much happening here. I want to re-emphasize that this is my virtual trading journal and that I'm talking to myself. If this sounds repetitive or you think, what is wrong with this guy? I'm reinforcing my thinking to myself, and I'm sharing or letting anybody, publicly join in. And that gives me, reinforces honesty, transparency, accountability. And I don't have a problem doing that. If I take a loss, that's what I did. I mean, think about it. Who am I trying to bullshit? This is me. This is me trading here. This is the development of my consistently profitable, sustainable trading business. And I'm a mature enough person to realize bullshitting myself or lying about it. I'm not a good enough actor like some of these art, rearview mirror guys, or the guys that are shilling for the big prop firms that are getting paid, in double accounts and doing all this crap and talking like they're really trading. I don't know who they're. I guess they're sleeping good at night because they have a big pile of money in the bank, but that's not my motivation or my goal here. So I'm not, that's why I'm honest and straightforward and transparent. And glad why I sorted out this story over here. Now here's yesterday and here's today. Here was, oh God, what are we going to do now? 2 days ago. You know, here's bad numbers. What the people who, like I said, I believe know what the hell they're talking about. Ilya Spivak and, Chris, whatever his name is. I forgot the Italian name. My memory's going like shit, and it's getting worrisome to me. I believe, it's pretty obvious. The market is 100% focused on this priced-in rate cut. They're more focused. They already believe we're going to get the rate cut in September. Absolutely. Now, it was 100% probability in the future. There's a future something or another that tracks that Fed number probability. I don't know where it is or what it is, and I don't care to look at it really. They were planning 100% probability that the Fed cut there would be a Fed cut in September, the next meeting. That has now reduced because the reality of the economics, not just that, Agent Orange or some, buddy that's rich in New York trading and wants to get richer, wants a rate cut. Inflation is growing on goods, not just services. Unemployment is certainly not improving. There are a lot of numbers that say it is not improving. The tariff drama, which has been the big 500-pound gorilla in the room, is starting to cook through all of the front run inventory that all the manufacturers loaded the ports with. They've spent through that. Now the inventory is going to get passed through to the consumers. Cost of living is going to go up. Consumer price index is going to go up. Inflation's going up. All those are things that a responsible Fed would not cut rates. And the market knows that, and they're scared shitless. That's why they're dropping the price, and that's why the probability of the cut is now being discounted down to around 70%, I think 60-something%. And they're really focusing on the future because they know that a responsible Fed is pretty much going to go away when Powell, I think it's May when this contract's over. And so it's going to be, just as with a lot of most of the cabinet positions, they're going to be just sock puppets, which is pretty amazing to say. It's so third world sounding, the Banana Republic-ish. Now he wants Pam Bondi, he wants the Justice Department to investigate one of the Fed governors. 2 weeks ago, he wanted the Justice Department to sue Powell. Unprecedented unprecedented stance, and actions, actually. And then you have and on top of all the domestic noise and all of that drama, we have the real serious stuff. People dying in Ukraine and starving to death in Gaza, and the world is a goddamn mess. Hey, Antonio, buen dia, tudo bem. Big sell-off here. Everybody's a little spooked about the Fed cut. The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up, right? Between the economic and the political uncertainty, it's anybody's guess. There's obviously 930 is the number for the... I guess I haven't rounded the horn here for a while, so let's do that. Here is, we've got the crude inventory out at 930, and the granddaddy number that everybody's holding their breath for here is, or not the number, but the FOMC minutes to see, you know, and they'll be going through those with AI fine-tooth comb, trying to find any kind of wording that will reinforce their opinion of what they think is going to happen. That's kind of how the talking people seem to do it, in my opinion. And then, of course, the real biggie, that's at 1300. The real biggie is at 900 on Friday. That's when Powell is going to speak. And that's, I'm sure you'll be able to hear a pin drop all the way across the Teton Valley for that one. You know, now he's demanding that the Fed governor resign. Man, oh man. So there you are. I'm going to swear in an EU ambassador. I wonder which sock puppet that's going to be. I'm losing all faith in things over here. I need to move. I can't afford to now. Boy, my career evaporating couldn't have been worse timing. So there we have what the market and the dollar thinks of this idea. Jesus. And here we go around the horn. Here's our high time frame, micro composite, daily RTH session, daily candlesticks where price overlaps goes the volume profile, which generates the high and low volume nodes and the market micro composite VPOCs. Of course, there's the all-time high and all those other things. By the way, something I forget to mention a lot of times is this black volume profile over here is the granddaddy of them all, and that's obviously it's not the ESU contract, it is the continuous contract, because as we all know, the contracts are 90 days. And it's certainly not U5, that's current. Starts back on the October 18th of 2021. So this is the all-time high and the volume profile for 5 years. Almost. Now, 4 years almost. Market profile. What happened yesterday? Well, we were stale. Pretty much, if you really squint your eyes, you can make out this is a B-shaped profile, and that is indicative of long liquidation. And this is kind of a P-shaped profile, which is short covering. So they covered shorts, and then all the retail guys got so excited, and we got up here, long, and then the crack wore off in the water cooler, or they ran out of blow, or whatever it was happened, and boom, down we go. And now we have the Fed scare, and we're down to this micro composite, and we've basically trading around right here, where we have, let's see if I don't know, I don't mess with this chart much. Yeah, there you go. So here's some consolidation in a fractal, right? And here we are, right at the low here and right at this support. So let's see what happens. This was the world famous non-farm payroll numbers, and then fire everybody and up we go. Irrational exuberance, to quote Alan Greenspan. Okay. So that takes us up to, my original pre-market idea was, and would always be, that the market was 100% short in the ETH, in the the overnight. And in that respect, I always am anticipating responsive buying to take some profit. I think most anybody would think that, and they didn't even blink an eye about that idea. Down they went. Here's our ETH numbers. There's the mid and stuff. There's the ETH low. How low can you go? We're fair volume, red across the board except for gold. We're at 0.8% negative change. And the way this change works in the colors here are, just for in case you don't know, where are we trading as it relates to settlement? There's settlement. There we are. Substantially lower. And that's where the percentage comes from. And that's how it works. Let's see what this says. Ooh, oh, baby, that's the highest volume in a lot of days right there. We've been in the 60s, way low. Look at this. And this is for this time of day. That's amazing. And the volatility, this is the ATR. Average true range is 8.25%. This is all for the ES. This is a 5-minute. Wow. That's a lot. I'm surprised about that. Wow, that's the highest I've seen that in a good long while. I'm going to drop this in static for our buddies over there to have a look at. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, so there you go. Yep, there's some volume happening here. The rats are thundering off the ship. And you can imagine how many retail folks have had their stops hit overnight and today. And that's pretty much where we are. And we just took out the wow. Okay. My guess is they're just gonna try to shake the tree hard enough to get all the leaves to fall down and get it load up on inventory, assuming that their price bet is on the Fed cut when this thing is going to take off like a 4th of July rocket. I guess, that's. I don't pay any attention to social media. I'm not a member of any of that. I was, I think, at one point in time, but I'm not now. Or LinkedIn. Or any of the typical news outlets. Especially the, CNBC and that crap. Fox News, Jesus. I don't believe that I don't believe that those places are any kind of true impartial journalism. They're just more or less advertising arms of whichever side. CNN's gotten pretty much that way too. So I try to listen to people that I think know what they're talking about. Not necessarily that confirm my opinion, which is a pretty important. And then trade what I see, watch the market. Now we're 10 minutes away from the IB statistic, which is what I have been betting. So, at the boredom of folks who are here frequently, the IB statistic, of course, does not set until 9:30. That's the definition of the initial balance. It is the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So, absolutely, it isn't a thing until 9:30. However, at 9:30, after the statistic becomes active, there is greater than a 97.5% probability in all 4 open types. And in the lower in range open type, there is a 98.1% probability. And if you think I'm lying, here you go. 97.7, 98.2, 98.1, 97.9. So greater than 97.7 in all 4. And today, 98.1% probability that the IB high or the IB low are revisited by price in the remainder of the RTH trading session. This one or this one will be revisited or exceeded. Price will come through it at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. That associated with that are 2 structured trades which I'm betting. One is the IBC, which is the IB continuation. It is suggested by a directional day. What does today look like? Maybe directional. And the other is an IB failure, which means it does its thing around the statistic and then mean reverts back to the mean, which in this case is right down here now. And that would be a rotational day. It doesn't look like we've got one of those going on. So let me get an example or two over here. Well, for example, if you had to look at this day, what would that be? That's rotational or balanced, isn't it? Market is trading back and forth, more or less around the POC is more or less central. This is not. This is directional. This is directional. It's interesting to point out here that balanced or rotational trade, or some version of it, is much more prevalent in the market than is a directional day. And if you kind of look at just even at this little example here, it sort of bears out, right? Therefore, the reason I'm working on the IBC for the IB trades is there are 2 options. One is for a rotational market and one is for a directional market. I figured that would give me an option to trade in either environment. Now, the statistic, blind Melon Chitlin could see that one. The price comes down and goes through the statistic. Boom, there it is. It's been hit. So now the setup is active and been hit. The key to any of these setups is the criteria and the trigger that validate the entry. And then you take the entry. One would expect, I think a rational human would expect that today might be an IB continuation trade. But have they shot their wad down here? And now they're going to come back and rotate? Is it going to turn into a big B shape down here with a rotation around this lower distributions? Right now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 11 distributions in less than an hour. So that's where the gray part comes in. The statistic, it's like the VPOC migration trade, which is also a setup. How can you miss the yellow brick road, right? There it is. It migrated lower. That would indicate by the definition that it would be a short trade. Okay, so you got short right here. You didn't get scaled, or maybe you did, and now you got your ass handed to you. It's the criteria after the fact that makes the difference. And after you do this, after you realize the importance of trading as a statistical probabilities environment rather than, demanding to be right or, trying to forecast where the market's going to go, the better off you're going to be, I think. And that's what I believe. And remember, this is me talking to me here. So I'm waiting for the initial balance. So in another 4 minutes, 3 minutes, the initial balance will become live. The IB low will stop moving, the IB high will stop going up, and we will be in the situation of a stat. One thing I will say right now, do not trade, I found out the very hard way, to the statistic. Okay, we're below the VWAPs, we're below the mid. We've had VWAP migrations down. We've had a trend down this morning. We're going to take the IB low, get short, comes down, does one of these numbers, and goes right back the other way, and you get stopped out way more than once. The statistic says after 9:30. And after 9:30, when price goes through the IB low or high, that is when the statistic becomes active. And I can, word to the wise is sufficient, I hope. But from a statistical point of view, in my own personal trading experience, that was a big no-no. And it's a form of FOMO, I think, or, wanting to be right. You got to get rid of that out of your lexicon. Everybody's going to have FOMO, and everybody's going to have these emotions which are cooked into us from evolution, but you need to recognize them and not act on them. You're never going to get rid of them. For these people that say, "Oh, you gotta eliminate FOMO or fear or whatever from your," you can't do that from your personality or your thinking. That's not part of the game. You have to recognize them and then not act on them. Oh, thank you. Hi, hey, Hyde, how you doing? And Tom uses the analogy of Jekyll and Hyde. Hey, Hyde, what's up, dude? Everything all right? Cool. No, I'm not going to do FOMO today. Thanks a lot. That, that mentality, I think analogy works for me. And thank God I don't have a problem with discipline or self-control. I don't suffer from overtrading and that kind of thing anymore. When I first started, I had no clue what I was doing, and I figured I grew up on a ranch where, your work ethic and you were rewarded by how much effort you put out. So surely it must mean I'm going to be successful trading if I just continually click that mouse. Well, that has got to be the, absolutely wrong approach. And now I realize how wrong that is. And your objective as a trader is to preserve your account and do that by managing risk. One of the first ways to manage risk is to limit the amount of exposure or time you have in the market. Because when you're in a trade in the market, you are risk on. Now, paralysis by analysis, which I suffer from time to time, is not any good either. Obviously, if you're never in the market, you're never at risk. You're never going to get anywhere. And here we approach at 9:30. Isn't it cute how they're going to get right at 9:30? They're going to see that. Now, I'm not saying that this won't take the statistic, but if you'd have traded to that statistic from up here, you'd be pretty disappointed right now. And pretty quick, stopped out, depending on where you got in. Not the first time. I'll never forget once in the TLab when I was not streaming and I would participate there a lot. I made some comment. I was like, yeah, now watch him go take out the IB high. And that's exactly what it did. And several of the newer people, God, how'd you know that? How'd you know? I said, I obviously didn't. It's 50-50. It's either going to go up or down. I mean, that's what the price only goes up or down. It's binary. Time is what we put on it for the horizontal movement. But I mean, it's a coin flip, right? And they thought that was just amazing. And I explained to them immediately that it was just pure horseshit. Just, it was just a humorous comment. There we go. There's the stat. The stat has been set. It's 9:30. Now what are we going to do? I anticipate the trade, potentially, so I zoom in. That wasn't much of an IB low penetration, and do we have any ground below us? And you know what I mean? Huge numbers or something. There's another MCVPOC way down there. I don't know what to think about this kind of a market, actually, when this is a fear, knee-jerk reaction thing. That low, you notice that there was hardly any input from the crude number at 9:30. I don't know. We got a little liquidity coming in here. That 100 lot jumped in here now. And don't forget, of course, that we have the VPOC just above us. And now you see why originally I used these migration flags. I can't see anything because it's scrolled off the left of the screen, but I can tell you where most of the, unless I missed one, of the VPOC flags were and what direction we were going. That would be an interesting one to do that I never thought about until right now. When I put the name in here, if I put an arrow at the end of it, up or down, that would indicate the movement, right? That would be a really good idea, wouldn't it? Maybe. And though I would love to make a trade, get that, I still have the drama with the 2 accounts and TopStep, so I haven't heard anything back from those wizards, and God knows when. The girl said maybe maybe up to a couple of business days. So that's pretty handy. And I explained that whole diatribe about generally the IB failure is suggested by a rotational market, and a directional market would indicate or suggest an IB continuation, just common sense. But in the last few weeks, there seems to be a change in the, they turned the tanker around. Not too, oh, what do we got here? Oh, thank you. That woman takes too good a care of me. I don't know how the hell I ever got lucky enough to bump into her, but boy, oh boy. Thank you, God. Or whatever, whoever you believe in. And of course, there's the old saying, when God created men, he was only kidding. Were it not such a dramatic sell-off, this would be suggestive of a mean reversion or an IB failure. Now, the minute I say that, have a look. Okay, there is the range requirement, because from down here to up here, this is 77.5, right? And this is 70 essentially. There is an unobstructed path to the risk neutral scale. But by the very definition of the trade, mean reversion, the POC being the mean, where are you going after that? In order for me to achieve both scales, I need 12 points or 48 ticks on the runner. So if you got short here or long here, 70, you're scaled up here, and you're fat, dumb, and happy, and you got your helmet on, your feet up, and you're eating toast and drinking coffee and watching what happens. That's great. And that's why I still am prone to the risk neutral trade methodology. Some of the guys I trade with, Rod, for example, has gotten to a point with his business, and it is successful, consistently successful to a point that he got kind of frustrated. Essentially, with the, you need to be aware that with a risk neutral trading system, you're giving back half of your potential profit on your risk neutral scale, because that's, if you come back to a scratch, that means zero, right? In my view, it's a huge psychological benefit, and I can see the market much more clearly, and I feel much more at ease about the runner or runners. But Rod decided that he was tired of that, and that he was confident in his setups and his ability to pick only A-plus trades well enough that he's now consolidated T2 and T1, or T1 into T2, to maximize that profit potential. He still has the same, so he doesn't have the risk neutral benefit, but he still maintains the same exact risk exposure with the stop. And of course, nobody moves their stops away from trade, away from entry. And also, if you're not vetting a trade where you have to have all the parameters identical, if you have a 3-point stop on this trade and a 5-point stop on the next trade and a 6-point stop on the next trade, none of those trades can be in the same data set that which you are using to analyze the probability. Okay? Because it's all different locations. So how can that be true? It's apples and you got to compare apples and apples. Right? After the fact that you have vetted the trade and you know the probability of getting to T1 or getting to T2 or stop, and you know that you have a positive expectancy, a lot of time, then now what they're doing, what he is doing, and a couple other guys, is rather than a hard 48 ticks profit target, which you have to use in the vetting process, you can be more flexible towards these targets and these statistics. Rather than say 48 tick stop or profit target here, it's 85 just out of no place. Well, I'm going to put it just here at this previous RTH VPOC, for example, another 5 or 6 handles, or I'm going to look for the low of the day, the overnight low or something. You know what I mean? So you can, that's how you start to maximize your trading income, in addition to, without jeopardizing discipline and all of the building blocks that you go through in the vetting stage and in the early stages. That's what I believe. Now I'm going to have a bite of some homemade sourdough toast. And out of kindness and consideration for your ears, I'll mute the mic. Okay. So here we go again. I'm not sure what I think there. We're right against a bunch of resistance or support in a daily. Look at this. All of these days here. And that's exactly where we pulled back to. Same story over here. Love to take it. Can't tell you how much I'd love to take this trade, but I'd also love to preserve my account and be a disciplined trader. I tell you what, it's a lot more, it's a hell of a lot more fun approaching this from a gunsling and gambling video game point of view. That's for damn sure. No Killaton, he's probably worn out 2 mice by now. This morning. And we may break down here. I don't know, but I don't know to a point that I am not going to put money at risk at this point in this week, low liquidity week. Statistically, the 2 lowest liquidity and lightest trading weeks of the year, second only to Christmas, New Year, which everybody realizes already. That's not a big secret. We just keep bumping up here on the side below, but we're not. At no point have we scaled. Would we have scaled? And now you just got stopped out. Sucks. Now it looks like it's going to break. Yep. So there was my opportunity. And in following along with the methodology, the IB continuation happened. But, and it happened within, didn't quite have the meat on the bone here, the range. Got short around here someplace, you're scaled right down here. Helmets on, feet's up. Let's see what happens. But, and you have, well, no, you don't. You do not have scale to your target. I mean, the target would be 58 for T2. So we've got to get through this. Would have to get through that one. That liquidity level of 145. Now, draw your attention to 795 contracts laying up down here at 57. So they're loading up heavy down here. One of the advantages or the nice parts about the heat map, I don't have it all colorful and full of balls and lines and stuff all over the place like some guys. And if, again, whatever works for you, is that you can see right away, they started loading the boat here at 9:37. And they have continued to pile them on. Somebody is pretty seriously in. Well, let me start over. There are two ways a lot of people look at these. Is this a support level, a line in the sand? They do not want price to get, excuse me. They don't want price to get past, or is this a magnet and a target? And I will be the absolute first person to tell you, I don't know. 69 to 66. Okay, short here would have been scaled. But they're doing a lot of dancing around here. I don't know. I can't say that I know. And that's because I'm honest. I don't know. And if anybody tells you they do know, then use extreme caution. As Tom likes to say, or used to anyway, well, it's a random environment. It's a fool's game to predict where the price is going. You can anticipate where you think it's going to go, but nobody knows which way where price is going to go. However, if you do know that, you be sure and call me immediately because that would be a real big piece of information. That would be the skill to have right there, the tool to have. Mm-hmm. We approach 10 o'clock. Unless we have some unrecognized critical risk befall us from Agent Orange and the critical risk band. Now he's going to fire somebody else. Oh, now he's considering firing the Fed's cook. Jesus, Christopher Christ. Oh. Boy, I tell you, it is really a strange environment right now. What are we doing over here? Let's look at price and stop looking at the news. That drives me crazy. Here's the what I was watching here, or just looking at, reading down through this. We're going to fire this guy and that guy, and Russia's going to put nuclear stuff in India, and boy, oh boy, we're having fun now, huh? I wonder when. I don't know if it ever will, actually. We had a pretty relaxed, well-functioning, trade system, and our global partners knew who they could trust and who they couldn't. And I don't know why you would just want to come in and suddenly upset the whole damn apple cart. I'm sure there's a meaning in it or underlying goal, but I don't know what that is. And I don't think that, Agent Orange is the guy that figured any of it out. I don't think he's that politically aware, and I'm sure these things are being driven by probably Peter Thiel and some of those guys pushing that, whatever his name is. Advisors, the various advisors around, I suppose. I don't know. Just a guess. I don't think that there's enough. Oh, well, we're going to get somewhere now. Let's see. Yeah, god damn, I should have been short. See there? Now is not the time you want Dr. Hyde to poke you in the pants for some promo trading now. This was, or could have been construed as, an IB continuation target here. We traded back down, up through it, back down. Couldn't get over it again. Could have been the short. I mean, and this is completely rearview mirror trading, right? That would be my, here would be my points of regret, where I think that would have qualified for a trigger for the IB continuation trade. The scale would have been here, and now the helmet's on. One thing that you can try to do if you're in earshot, and if you can do this, please, by all means, drop something in the chat, or, we can all mosey over to the Discord and share it or whatever. Take out a pencil and paper and write down specifically, clearly, each step of whatever statistic or setup you use, the qualifying criteria that justifies the entry and or the trigger, specifically, so that you could write that down on a piece of paper and give it to your kid or your whoever, significant other, or me, or whatever else. And then that person could follow those rules and trade that trade. I can't do it. I can see the setup, of course. I can see, okay, this looks like, this is qualifying. This looks like the trigger. That's not anything you're going to say specifically. How do you say that specifically? So that someone could just follow. Okay, that's A, that's B, C. I have found, disappointingly so, that even though I've been successful with these IB trades over the past recent time, and within one more trade of all 5 of those accounts being in the XFA. I can't do that. I found that the ultimate trade entry, the final trade entry, was discretionary, and I think that's really wrong. And that's bad, and I don't know what to do about it. I struggle with backtesting and stuff, which I think will make me, help me specify those things, because obviously when you code something really good, Mom, when you code something, it can't be, well, if, maybe, then, sorta, it is got to be, when this happens, that happens. If, then this. If not, then what? Or, if not, then if then A, if not, then B, kind of thing. Remember now that none of these are a winner. However, why I am so in favor of the risk-neutral scale philosophy, once that scale is hit, which only requires 3 points in your direction, and obviously this full stop is 3 points the other way. 50-50, remember? The market is a random environment. The outcome of the next trade, it is a statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50 because it's a binary environment. Market price only goes up and down. It doesn't go horizontally. We impose horizontal movement through time. So in order to have a this is my belief, remember, in order to have a statistically significant business trading, or run this like any other business, you have to approach it from as a business of probabilities. And the way you do that is identify an environment. In trading, it's referred to, the nomenclature is a setup and then the criteria and the entry or trigger, that environment that is repeatable, consistently, almost identically repeatable, that produces a positive expectancy. It's a big shock to a lot of people, retail guys, that win rate is absolute pure clickbait BS, meaning nothing, taken out of context by itself. You can have a 90% win rate and go broke. What is important is your expectancy, or, well, first what's important, the first layer down is risk reward. And that's, then you can compute that over a statistically significant data set for a particular setup and entry criteria, and determine the expectancy of that. Expectancy is the number of wins divided by the average win minus the number of losses divided by the average loss. Real simple formula, gives you the expectancy. I expect that every time I take that trade over 1,000 trades, I'm going to make X points. And you don't have to think too long to figure out you want to have that to be positive. You want that to be positive, right? You can have a 40%, 35% win rate, but if your win risk reward is such, and the expectancy, therefore the expectancy would be such over a data set, over a sample set, you can be extremely profitable with a 35 or 30 or 35% win rate. And somebody with a 75% win rate can lose their ass. They can lose every trade. So that win rate thing is just pure rearview mirror trading, internet clickbait, YouTube clickbait. Ooh, look where we are now, boys and girls. Well, what have we done? We have not gone any frickin' place here. We're right back. Had we gotten short in here somewhere, we're looking at a stop. we haven't hit one, but you know, I think this market is, how shall I put it? Maybe I'm just a wuss or analysis paralysis, but given my higher time frame view, the seasonality, the events of the week and the news, I don't think that, you know, engaging in the market for the trades that I'm vetting is a good idea. If you were not vetting a trade and you were taking, well, I don't really see any setup that jumps out at me. Maybe Antonio, maybe, or somebody does. You know, short of, I'm a cowboy, I'm a gunslinger, and baby, I'm short at the open. And then you're strutting around the house like a rock star. Your balls are so big you probably can't walk. But that's exactly not the point, right? That is not running this as a business or anything else. Gives you big bragging rights on the chat rooms, or X or whatever it is, Instagram or something. I would not have, even under normal circumstances, not vetting a trade. I don't see a setup here that would do anything for me, really. I guess the IB30 might have worked out. You have to remember that the IB is down here now because we have gone through the complete hour. But at the moment, the IB was right here. The IB low was right here. So what other trades are there? There's the VPOC migration, which would have been a flippin' disaster. Would it? Let's see, 95, 89, you bet. Another one, you bet. I don't know if I pointed this out to you. I think it was while you were on leave, Antonio. A sharp fellow in the TLab, Peter K, I think it is, who's also in Static, shared a video of himself and how he vets a trade, and the one he picked was your favorite, the VPOC migration. And I'm saying that tongue-in-cheek because neither Antonio or I have had much success trading the VPOC migration, but he does it manually using Sierra charts. He would say, okay, there's the VPOC migration, I got short. Did I take my 3-point stop, or did I get my target, or did I get my second target? I think it was maybe one target. I'm not sure if it was two. And he put some stats together, I think 100 trades or something like that, and had the statistics and all that kind of stuff. And I tried doing that a couple of nights here now, not programmatically, but doing it just, scrolling back using IRT, because Bookmap is so easy to do it on, but the way I do Bookmap, I shut it down during the closed period, and then I restart at the RTH Open, so that every full trading session, ETH, RTH, is a captured recording. And then if I want to go back to that day and do something, I can. I don't know how you look back over a lot of time with Bookmap is the point, I guess. Where you can do so on, on one of these platforms like over here. I can wander back here and look at, and this is what I was using it for actually. Wander back here and see, I can have the IB high and low, for example, or you can see the VPOC migrations in here, and then you can figure out what IRT doesn't do at all, which Sierra chart does, and I think probably, speaking of VPOC migration, the Sierra chart does, and I think, what's the other one? Trading View. They have a handy little tool to measure. Like if I want to see how far it is from here, or say from here to the top of that next candle, I can just click that little tool and drag up there, and it tells me how many ticks it is. It makes it real handy. This doesn't do that unless you do the math in your head. and use the crosshairs, which is annoying for me. There's some funny part, and maybe it lives in there somewhere in IRT, but I have not been able to find that tool. Anyway, I tried it back quite a while, several trades, and every one of them was a loser. Just the entry, I think he maybe made one tick or something, but basically, okay, there it is, there's my entry. There it is, there's my entry. There it is, there's my entry. There it is, there's the entry, you know, in the direction of the, and he had some criteria that were, after the first 30 minutes of the session and and before the last hour or something like that, you know what I mean? Typical brackets like that, so that you don't have some stupidness going on where you're, putting on along with 30 seconds left in the cash market or something like that. It didn't work for me at all. So I don't know what. I can't even seem to get the damn columns to refresh properly, so I don't know what to do. Well, that's irritating. I thought updating the system would fix that. And I've only got 4 instruments here, you know? I see these people that have got this stuff lined up all the way across the board. I don't know how I thought this was a real powerful rig when I built it. I don't know. I do know that it is contributing to a lack of confidence, and at a time when I can least afford to feel that, for a lot of really important reasons. And then this TopStep drama didn't help either. Hopefully they'll come right with that. If they don't, I will launch a campaign to put that information out all over everywhere I can, because I think that's real bogus. That's something I would expect from the likes of Apex or something like that, who I have no use for, by the way. So that was definitely not a compliment. All right. But I have faith in them. They'll make it right. Oh, what do we got going on now? Microsoft curbs early access for Chinese firms to cyber flaws. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's an interesting point. I think the real bad actor for hacking, as I understand it, is North Korea, which of course Microsoft is not going to share anything with those guys, but they get everything they want from everywhere else, so that's how that works. The most isolated, supposedly cut off country in the world is the #1 hackers, creating perfect USD counterfeits and huge Bitcoin scams and thefts. Quite impressive how they've developed in the face of real adversity. I will give them that. And I'm sure there's obviously There's nothing wrong with North Korean people. It's that screwy leader and the handful of people that support him because they're terrified for their own lives and in a position of opulence. You know, that's the people are just the victims in that deal. Yeah, well, so far that didn't work out so good. If you'd have got short, if I'd have gotten short any of those places, here or here or here, would have gotten scaled, no question about it, but would not gotten profit targets and would be at this point stopped out. Doesn't mean I'm a genius. Maybe it's not good for me to review that and in a sense confirm or reinforce my lack of action and what, back to what I was talking about with sit down with a piece of paper and a pen and see if you can write down exactly the step, boom, 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 that could be questioned, could be followed unquestionably to trade. And then after you do so, then, you do a quick look back test to see if those steps produce a edge and expectancy or not. And if so, then you take it every damn time. That's the admirable thing about it. Which essentially is nothing more than a quant trader, right? Only they do it on steroids. They do it on a super high level. And what's really admirable to me about them is that they are able to do that. There's no discretion, as I understand it. There's no discretion in quant trading. Now, they do have, as I understand, monitors. Somebody's sitting there looking at the screens, and if they suddenly see the thing start losing its ass, they can intervene and stop it. But they don't manually or discretion determine whether to enter or not. That's all done programmatically, which means that somebody has coded that whole thing up with proprietary code. And I can't sit down with a piece of paper and write out specifically how I would enter a IB continuation trade. The first thing that I'm struggling with programmatically is how to define in my code set before, as a precursor, how do I define context? Because that's the first thing in my mind when I think about the trades. The first thing I look for is context, because I am judging whether I'm going to be looking for an IBF or an IBC based on the context or the trade of the day at that point. And I don't know how to get the IRT to look at that first. So that's where I struggle. That's it, boys and girls. So I'm expecting somebody to jump over there in the chat and throw the Holy Grail code in there. And we'll all get rich and meet you in the Bahamas. Or if we got that rich, we could all go to St. Bart's again. Now we have this is a TLab trade setup. I'm sorry, this is the RTH to VPOC trade. Not taking it, not vetting it. Let's see what happens. We've got a low volume node here. If you stop and look at it, it's essentially a mean reversion from within the fractal. Here to here. What is it? Well, if you got short right here, you're 86, 76. Okay, that's 10 handles. That's not bad. I don't have my scale right here, do I, boys and girls? I need to be at one lot instead of 250. I always go the wrong way. There we go. Too much range to get it all in there on a dollar. Too much range for the dollar. There's 2.5 points. 5 points. That's not a very good idea. I guess if I could figure out how to get these set at 3 points, that would be okay, because that would give me I would be able to visually see exactly where my stops and scales would be. I wish you could just set this. It's so frustrating. And maybe there's a way to do it that I don't know about. I don't think so. I've poked all around here and I don't see that happening. If anybody knows how to do that, let me know. So here's 2.5 points per price level. So 10 ticks. And there you are being shortly stopped out on your VWAP to VPOC short. I just don't think this. Notice what's happening to our profile now. The Mega B, baby. We're getting the Mega B long liquidation. And they're still hammering these people down here, I guess. Nah. And all these things are just I suppose they're facts that are based on observation, and perhaps somebody actually did the statistics, but or just, analyzing the price structure and thinking about what kind of trade would create that shape. This B and P and all those things. Boy, I wish I would get that feedback from those guys. I'm a little hesitant to put the trade on with the remaining 3 contracts, because one of my arguing points will be, well, I haven't been able to trade for all these days because I'm waiting for a resolution here. I think I might be shooting myself in the foot to just go on with the 3 existing ones. And I guess on the other hand, what I should do is look at the dashboard and see the rebuild date for each of those, mitigating the risk that they say, tough shit, you're screwed. Because according to support yesterday, had these 5 all been in XFAs or live, well, XFAs, there would have been no question, no issue. But that's not what they say on the website or anywhere else. Or Michael Patak on, when he's busy talking 1,000 miles an hour on fast markets or in his interviews. I don't feel bad about not taking that IB continuation trade right now. I guess I could say I feel bad about not taking the IB failure trade, huh? Maybe. But that's not, that's rear view mirror and not rational thought. Get back to trying to figure out how to do these at 3 points. There's 5. You could think 3 would be doable. Here we go. No, 2.5. Let's see what settings has to say down here. Percentages, Auto mode, tolerance settings. What the hell? This is a pretty complicated piece of software, that's for sure. But just the simple things that I can't get working right frustrate the hell out of me. The only thing that's happening really that frustrates me is this column not recentering. And the others all work fine. Everything else works okay. Just this one that I look at probably more than anything else. Therefore, it's frustrating. Frustrating. There's not one. There is one there too. By golly, in there. And where are we at settlement? Oh, I didn't. Oh wait, is that the RTH? Yes. Notice that the full session is a darker, more muted yellow. I missed one right here at settlement. Oops, bad me. My bad. Oh, come on, Alice. Can't seem to get to even numbers here on the threes. It wants to be 2.5 all the damn time. $1.25, you know. Oh well. Looking at this in the rearview mirror, it would have been a fantastic gunslinger short off the top, wouldn't it? Right off the open. I think this is the third day in a row where the IB high has been the high of the day and then never gotten back there. I guess it would have been, in actuality, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the fourth day in a row that that's happened. Pretty easy over here. There's the high of the day and we never got back up there. We closed below it. Same story here, same story here, same story here. Now, what you don't know is when that high was put in. That's what you need to go back and look at, but... But well, back to the top of this more heavily traded distribution. Yeah. So, 1 o'clock is the world famous FOMC minutes. And I'm not, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if there's going to be any. Typically, there's not those are the July minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And so that shouldn't be any big surprise to anybody. And I don't believe there's any speakers involved with that at all. Of course, Friday at 0900 is going to be Papa Jerome. Papa Jerome. I'm going to be launching from my midday break a little bit early. I have to dust out of here to help a carless friend take his fancy bicycle to the shop, which continues to break on him. Big heavy guy that buys a skinny tire bike. I said, dude, you should have bought a mountain bike. They're built for tough, you know. And in lieu of that, buy yourself a car that the bike fits in. But he's been a good friend over the years. So we first started working together in Kuala Lumpur lots of years ago. Well, they're squeezing the shorts. Notice that? Once again, the world famous trade by context isn't working out. Obviously the VPOC or the IB failure trade, which is clearly identified in the rearview mirror right here, could be the setup if you want to be as rearview mirror-ish as you can, because there's a whole bunch of similar ones over here that all would have resulted in a stop, but they quickly glaze over that, and typically they go like this, so you don't see any of that stuff. But now there's the IB, and so you could say, well, I took this IB failure and look at what a star I am. And yeah, that's 30 handles, right? That would be one hell of a nice trade. There's no question about that. Oh, and look at it now. Got 1 point finally going on over here. Take care, Antonio. Good luck on the stream or trading or whatever you're doing. I'm obviously standing here fluffing about like usual, so pretty boring on my end too. I'm not disappointed that I didn't keep your powder dry, I guess would be the recommendation this week. Friday's going to be a real rodeo, I'm pretty sure of that. I got to dig out my spurs, maybe. I always forget I can type in that thing. It's interesting if I type in the chat on the upper monitors, which is a different computer where I monitor the stream, and then I can just look up and read easily. Nothing shows up. If I need to type it over on the on OBS to have it come into the stream like that right there, I don't know. I don't know why that is. Not that it's the only thing I don't understand, but you know, that's one of them. Pretty much identical day here for the Nazidaki. Almost a mirror image. The best. I can't even spell. That TE is supposed to be the, obviously.
Hoy pienso en qué pasó y cómo me afectó las horas que
Various findings. It says, hopefully it's obvious here. Let me just approach this a different way. Depending on how, where, etc., and when you were raised, most people that I'm familiar with, myself, and I can only speak for myself, grew up with a real strong work ethic where you worked from can to can't, and your results were a direct result of your effort input. I grew up on a ranch in Montana, cattle ranch, cattle and horses. You know, and so just imagine that for a minute. That's absolutely the opposite case of trading. The more you are exposed to the market and the more you trade, click and snap and all those kind of things, statistically, the worse you do. unless, and without, and I know without anybody mentioning it, yeah, algorithms and algo traders trade the hell out of things, and they do it in microseconds. Yep. And if you are an algorithm, get after it. But in what I've determined and what I've worked out is that if I take an A+ or a setup that I'm relatively confident is going to be like today, I wasn't confident with the IB continuation trade. And I'm glad I didn't do it. That's as far as it got. I guess I'm sort of disappointed that I didn't flip and go with the IB failure. Right here, it wouldn't have worked out so good. Right here, it wouldn't have worked out so good. This would have been a stop here. Anywhere in here for the IB failure would have been a stop down here. So if you're a rearview mirror guy, you go, well, yeah, I saw that. This is my trigger, and this is where I went along. Right, of course, but that's the rearview mirror. Tell me what you're going to do right there. Tell me what you're going to do right there. Let's pretend you decided it was an IB failure right here and you got long. And you're all excited. Not for long, you're not. You would have scaled in any of these situations. So that's the beauty of the risk neutral scale. It's a scratch instead of a stop. But, that's not the case. So the idea is to make one or two fewer but more meaningful trades. Put your risk on fewer times but with more meaningful results, i.e. risk reward ratio. A+ only setups, meaning a setup that you have back tested and vetted to have the highest expectancy. This little 2-lot package, risk neutral 2-lot package, when both targets are hit, T1, T2, which is frequently, that is 60 ticks in the E-mini. Well, 60 ticks in whichever instrument, but that is 60 ticks. And in the E-mini, that's $750. One of those trades a day is a pretty substantial. Let me just figure that out for a second here. I haven't ever done this before, but let's do it together. I think there's about 220 trading days in the session. Let's say that your expectancy or your win rate is 60%. Times 0.6. So that's 132 days. That's $99,000 a year. One trade a day, 60% win rate, 2-lot risk neutral trade. That's pretty good. And that's maybe going to take you that if you're streaming like I am, I'm here all day long. If you're just in and out of the market and you're going to trade, say, RTH 1, you wait until 9:30 when the IB sets and say give yourself till 10:30 or till the end of RTH 1, which is 10:45. So an hour and a half, 2 hours a day, and you're making $100,000 a year, and you're out chasing mama around the couch or whatever you're doing the rest of the time. You know what I mean? It can be a phenomenal, life-changing business. I've always had the opinion about it since I first figured out about it, having grown up working my butt off, as I said earlier. I've always thought it was the most phenomenal opportunity that I have ever run across. I'm not a rock star or an actor, which is Probably more. I see some sort of a pop-up thing from TopStep here, so I'm going to mute off and go see if hopefully they've got some positive resolution. I'll let you know. Well, TopStep has done what I had hoped and expected, and everything is reset back to normal, and that was a mistake. So, good. Good for me, good for you, good for them. And I don't have to lower my, or I should say get down and swim in the dirty water of, arguing and fighting and convincing everybody on the internet that it's a bad idea. That's great. That's what I expected, actually, and so I'm pleased that they've lived up to my expectation. And now I haven't I'll need to restart, and I would need to restart Bookmap and everything else in order to be able to see the accounts. And I really don't want to do that very badly because I got to think about how to do it, to be honest with you. Oh, that's great. I can easily restart Rhythmic, of course, but it's Bookmap that's and IRT for that matter, and then re-download the data. But it's Bookmap that's tough because it's gonna screw off this, break this recording. There's no way to add stuff to Bookmap. You gotta, that I've been able to figure out account-wise. You can't change accounts or any of that stuff. Let me see what I can think of here now. And as usual, I'm thinking out loud. If you're new to the stream, and I see a few additional views popping in here, first of all, smack the thumbs up and subscribe and drop your name or how do you do or I think you stink or whatever it is in the chat. I disagree. I do agree, whatever it is. And welcome. It's nice to be able to, it's trading is a lonely business, a solitary. So it's nice to have like-minded conversation. And that's the advantage. I have never had the opportunity, but that would be the advantage to trade on a live desk, is you've got that constant feedback. I've sort of done that virtually on a live virtual desk before, and that's nice. But then it turns into more of a video game, in my opinion. So we've traded up to the developing value area high, bing, 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 bing. Basically, this is a mean reversion story right now around this distribution, having nothing to do with my IB setup. What I'm going to try to do now is, well, first of all, let me finish the entire story. If you haven't listened to or participated in the pre-market and everything that happens each morning at 8 o'clock prior to the open, this is my virtual journal, which is starts at 8 o'clock and continues through the entire cash trading day until 1500 in the afternoon, 5 days a week. It's also streamed to YouTube, and the reason for those things is unquestionable transparency and accountability. No trades whatsoever, and this account's taken off stream. None of this, the stream's 2 hours and I'm in the hole. I'm on a $1,500 loss, and the next morning I magically open the stream and I'm up. Oh yeah, well I got online in the afternoon and I traded it back, and I've heard that a lot of times from a couple of people, and I just laugh, because I was listening more for humor than anything else back when I was in Asia, years ago. Anyway, so that's out of the question. And this is a TopStep evaluation account, and there are 4 others behind it, which this copies to, so that when one trade is put on here, instantly the exact same thing happens to the other 4 accounts, and the same with any movement in the stops, any movement in the targets. Obviously, hit a target, hit both targets, or hit a stop. That's all faithfully and immediately copied on those other accounts. So in the case of this, as I was just saying, with the 2-lot risk neutral trade, when this says 60 ticks, it is in fact 300 ticks across all of those accounts. I think the colloquialism for that is sim farming or something. I don't know. I didn't think it was a good idea. And then I thought about it long and hard one weekend, and I thought, that's stupid. Why not? I'm trading this one account. It's for all intents and purposes, I never think about the other accounts except for when I enter or close. Instead of one little pop-up down here, confirmation there'll be a whole string of them run up here. That's the only time I ever think about it. P&L is all the same. Everything is constant and the same. So that's that. The idea of this whole process is zero to hero, to have a transparent and fully accountable record from zero straight through live account. That hopefully, as I grow and as I do it, and hopefully share it here on the live stream, and it's helpful to somebody else. Now, Monday when I logged on and went to set up my stuff, 2 of the accounts were not available. And I went and looked on the dashboard, and they were closed. Well, there's no reason for them to be closed. They are in there. All of the 5 accounts are within one more risk neutral 2-lot trade of passing the evaluation, being in the XFA. So they're all in excess of $23 or $400. No resets, no blow-ups, no daily loss limits, no consistency issue. And so I'm going, well, what the hell is that? I called them and checked. Well, because you use Rhythmic, as of August 1st, we're not gonna rebuild them. We're gonna reset all those accounts, and you have to use TopStep X. And I said, well, first of all, that's not what you say. Those aren't the rules. That's not the contract. Long story short, they've gotten back to me now. Real nice people. Don't get me wrong. Nobody argumentative or mean or anything else. I think more or less that there's so many moving parts over there recently that a lot of people don't quite understand. Maybe the coders don't quite have it worked out with what's really the policy, etc. So this gal just got back to me that everything's been reinstated, that I should have all 5 accounts and should be no problems going forward. So that's what I had expected. And what I'm trying to think now is how I can do that without interrupting dramatically the IRT, as I said, is not a problem at all because I can just immediately download the historical data and it's instantly back to wherever it was, back to current. But I don't have that facility here on Bookmap. What I'll need to do to find out if this is all true is to shut the connection for Rhythmic, restart it likely, probably shut it off and then restart it so that it picks up the new stuff from them, the new condition of those two accounts. And then I would be able to, in order for Bookmap to pick up the extra 2 accounts, I am relatively sure I would need to restart Bookmap, which is the part I don't want to do today. And I'm thinking that if I confirm that they are available, I will not restart Bookmap. And I will wait until the normal restart this evening. So let me give that a thought now and what I'm going to do here. I guess the first thing to do, first and foremost, is shut off the data so that it doesn't start squawking at me. Go to Rhythmic and shut her down. Now it's going to start giving me crap about lost connection on Bookmap, which is normal. And there will be a little bit of a, right here, see, and there'll be a little bit of a glitch as far as it goes. And now restart, and it should pick up those other, we'll see if it does. Yep, everybody's there. Great. I don't think it will be the case that I could do anything over here, but let me just look at them. Be pretty cool if this actually worked. No, I've got to restart Bookmap to pick those other two accounts up into Bookmap, but that's will be no problem. And I don't expect to trade this afternoon, so I will do that tonight and be all fit and fiddle for tomorrow. Cool. Now I'm going to profusely thank this gal. Well, that's pretty pleasing. I didn't really question that, but you know, when you're hanging out there, you have to consider all possibilities and mitigate what potential risk may be involved. Right now, it's having a hard time updating. I don't know why. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, cool. Well, that's great news, and that's as I would expect, because I do believe I've been associated or familiar with and in and out of TopStep since about 2014. So, and I've always found that to be the most reputable. Sometimes the rules are a little goofy, but you know, we'll see where it goes from here, but yeah, there we go. So I'm going to now, look at us go here, huh? Yeah, they're just busy chopping everybody up. I mean, it's not in a sense of retail soup, but they're just trading them, you know? That's what they're doing. Taking out stock or getting that liquidation. That's how they make money. That's what we talked about before, you know, when a price market goes up to go down, it goes down to go up. Futures are a zero-sum game. there is a buyer for every seller and a seller for every buyer. It's impossible to be out of balance that way. Therefore, the other side has one opportunity to make money, and that's what they do. As would anybody. And now what is it? Well, we were lower lows and lower highs, and now we're higher high and higher low.
Flor querida, la noche ha llegado acá y en tu vida puedes dejar la soledad, siempre contigo ella está. Si duérmete, mi angelito. Sueña con tranquilidad, duérmete, pronto los sueños llegarán, contigo ella siempre está. Llegó la estrella, llegó para ayudarte a dormir. Y sabes que con ella nunca tiene que sufrir y con amor puedes vivir. Si duérmete, mi angelito, sueña con tranquilidad, duérmete, pronto los sueños llegarán. Contigo ella siempre está. Contigo ella siempre está. Contigo ella siempre está.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to step away now and get organized to go help Norfolk get his bike hauled over to the shop. And be thankful that those accounts are all ironed out and straightened out as I would have hoped and expected, actually, in the fact that they do business as a real business. You know, they make millions of dollars. Why do they need to? That's the part I don't understand about some of these top firms. The stuff I hear, I have not had accounts with them. I have no firsthand experience to know whether that stuff you hear, read, whatever is true or not. But, you know, if there's smoke, there's fire often. if you're making millions of dollars, why do you have to screw people for following your rules? If you don't like your rules, don't have them be your rules. And then it's up to whether the people want to participate with you or not. I guess the deal is they're slimy enough that they figure, well, we're going to say these rules, and then everybody's going to think we're great and, make a discount, think we're great, and get an account, and then we're going to screw them on the back end. Makes no sense. How is that any kind of a long-term plan for success? Don't know. So quickly through the roses here. Here we are, micro composite. Basically a pretty defined B shape, long liquidation. The Renko down, pretty self-explanatory. Volume is higher than balls on a giraffe up here. Now we've come off the ATR a little bit. We were way the hell up here. We've pulled back a little, coming down. And here we are on the world famous book map. This blue line designates the session start. That's just a visual cue for me. When I glance left, or out of actually peripheral vision, I can see that blue line telling me that the entire session is in view, which is my new way of doing this. So I wait until I'm anticipating interacting with the market, potentially trading, and then I can zoom in. But this way I never lose track of context. Never. So there you go. And I typically keep these one point high, but I can't do that with this big range today. I think that's 2.5 points. That's even worse. 2.5. There's a 1.25. See, we're bumping the top and the bottom, so that's not going to like that. Let's get down to about there, and there you go. That's great news. I'm really happy about that. Happy the outcome there with TopStep. I do realize the importance of upping my game and being less. I'm just trying to get through this horrible 2-week period here at the end of August. Get my trade game. I don't know. I hate to say one trade a day, but maybe striving to that and get this through the evals, into the evals, through the evals, over to live. I want to point something out here now about IRT for the record. This is today's trade. You see that the progress bar is all the way to the right and is white. What happens if you don't have it that way, for example, see it goes gray and it's moved off the right side or the extreme, and the chart will not update until it's back over here. Now, something I have noticed here, which is not good, I don't think, because I have rolled the scroll wheel or condensed the timeline so that I can see the entire day here for the purposes of talking about it on the stream. You notice that we're way down here now, according to IRT. Look at the real price of the market at this moment is 64.07. We're clear up here at the overnight high, or I'm sorry, the overnight low. Back over to IRT, overnight low. Price is really back up here. For some reason, it's not updating correctly until I go like that and widen it out enough, and then it should update, but it's not. Oh, my fault. I didn't restart the data after I shut everything down in order to check IRT. There we go. Oh, I'm sorry. But I've noticed that similar condition previously, and I wanted to record that for the stream. In this case, that was operator error, baby cakes. Now what I'm going to do here is download all the data, make sure everybody's up to speed. Okay, I didn't notice the heartbeat. This is gives you a graphic interpretation of the data flow. And this doesn't look very good. This doesn't look very good over here. There we go. Okay, so those are the ES. Now I'm going to, oh, that's still in progress. Never mind. Then I'll do the NQ and I'll make sure that the micros are all right. The reason for that is the session price levels, which I push freely to whoever could use them, would be all screwed up, right? So by the way, if If these session prices are helpful for you, let me know. Like, subscribe, drop something in the chat. I'll hook you up with the way I do. I push these to a lot of people. This goes live with my IRT Sunday night at 1700 and continues through 1600 on Friday night. These are continuous and live, and you can use them in Cloud Notes column or an Excel sheet or whatever. It was my thrust was the Cloud Notes column, but do what you want. Okay, here we go with this one now. I'm going to download it. NQ. And then I'll check the micros and see if they're okie dokie. And then I'll have to get myself together and head out. Kind of a pain in the butt, but what are you going to do? What are friends for? What are friends for? These are some fantastic swings if anybody's catching them. I mean, these are 30 handle swings, rotations back and forth. This is pretty cool. I am not, obviously, but if you are, good for you. I guess it's not through processing the updates, the download. Come on. There we go. All right. What about these guys over here? Ooh, that didn't look so good. Well, this one over here. Come on. And these are the naked volume points of control. I haven't even been around here today, it doesn't look like. Let's see what we got over here then. Typically, unless it's an accident, I don't ever I don't do this. I don't download the data unless I know there's been a breach or something, or delay or something like that. Or somebody somewhere in one of the different places that uses the stats says, hey, by the way, those aren't right. Is that correct? And then I always check my end first. All right, looks like that one's done. Let's do the NQ now. The MNQ. Obviously, these are the same exact chart configuration. It's just for the micros instead of for the mini. Doop doop. And the corresponding price levels and stuff are pushed. Okay. I'm gonna believe that that's good right there. Oops, wrong one. Okay, there we go. You see, we had a big selling tail down here where everybody's getting short, and oh my God, the world's coming to an end. Right to this support, almost to the tick. Not saying it's not going to end there, but you know, that's what we're doing now. We're still negative across the board, 0.5 on the ES. Higher than normal volume. Okay, I'm gonna leave the, I'm gonna head off to help this fella schlep his bicycle over to the shop. I told him last week, and I said, look, Tubby, you need to get rid of this skinny tire thing and get yourself a fat boy, you know, big fat tire mountain bike with fat boy tires. He didn't like that a lot. He's a Danish colleague. We've worked together for, Jesus, 10 years, I guess, or something. He's a young guy. Way younger than me. 30-something years or more. Younger than me, but we've been friends for a long time now. Okay, what was I going to do here? I was doing something. I remember what it was. There we go. I think what I will do now is put on a little piano music so that the music doesn't die while I'm gone. Remember, news alert, 1300 is the FOMC minutes. And this critical risk is they're having their way with it. There is a 20-year bond auction at 12. What are we doing? Ooh, crude oil inventories are way down. And then the swearing in of the EU ambassador. I didn't even know. I have no clue. I'm sure that's some contributor or something along the way. All right, I'm going to be back shortly. Enjoy the trade. Okay. Here we go, back to the overnight high. Well, they are just spanking them. Spank them high, spank them low, huh? Yes, sirree. And Monsignor Jerome is going to be speaking here at the top of the hour. That will be an interesting ditty, that's for sure. Here we go. Got a pretty big B shape going on over here. Big selling tail down there. And we're parked right on that previous POC with the... That was the... that was the last close there. I maybe shouldn't have made this. My workflow is, as I've explained before, once a level is not hot or current, or in the case of these levels has been revisited, they are no longer naked. Then I change the text to black. And my plan here, which I've mentioned a time or two, is to keep this blue line, which is nothing more than a visual clue for me, which I slap on the chart at the open of each session, and then I can just, out of my corner of my eye or peripheral vision, I can tell if I've got the whole range on the chart, which is the idea now. and I like it. It keeps me in tune completely with context. Okay. It didn't work like I had it planned. There we go. I guess that's working okay now. Yesterday it wasn't. That's why I updated the application. But I'm not going to get into that. Not worth it. So welcome to the stream. Smack a thumbs up, subscribe, send money, you know, all that stuff. All that stuff. I start streaming every weekday morning at 8 o'clock with a pre-market and a setup and, reports how I think we're going to get the day started. And then continue the stream for transparency and accountability through the entire day until 1500 cash close. That's 7 hours each day. My charting is, this is Bookmap, in case you don't know. And this is IRT, which is my primary charting platform. I mean, basic charts, and Bookmap for the heat map and the execution. There's no data here different than IRT, obviously. The only reason I guess that I am drawn, and many of us are drawn to this, is the heat map idea. Because, okay, here's a chart, here's a price, here's price, this is the close. I have it set to just the closing price. You can have bid and ask, whatever you want. Migrating VPOC, VWAPs, mid, price, session statistics, session prices, volume profile for the session, and then these notes, right? Okay, IRT. Oh, I almost forgot. And the dome. IRT. Session profile. Session prices. In this case, it's not closing price. These happen to be Renkos, but you can do any kind of chart thing you want to do, and there's a bazillion of them in this thing. This is a daily chart of all just candlesticks. Market profile. Much more stuff to use than in Bookmap. The only problem is, and this is a candlestick chart. This is what I've been able to build in Bookmap or in IRT as a heat map to try to mimic to some degree the heat map and the Bookmap interface. Now, you can trade on the chart here. It's a little less handy than on Bookmap, and you have the dome right here, which you can trade on. Session prices are automatic. Closing price, balls. You can adjust these volume balls with the stuff I've built up here, and it does the heat map right. So I guess if push came to shove, you could use it, but the problem is it doesn't do all the stuff. Like that's zooming in to real tight time frame, but that's as far out as you can get. Which is, if you look at these, so here we come up here, And then here's this chop, right? At 1231, let's call it. Okay. Here's what you're looking at. Wait a minute. Hold the phone. Here's what you're looking at. This section is as tight, as far out as you can get. So, oops. I hope I was showing both of those. If I wasn't, here's what I was talking about. The heat map, dome, closing price, balls, volume dots, and you can adjust all this up here. I'm getting called for lunch, so when the boss calls, I learned a long time to go to step and fetch. So we have this coming up at 1231, and then this little consolidation, all right? Now let's compare that. That you were just looking at is right here, only. Just this section. There's where we come off at 1231, and here's a consolidation. So none of this is visible. So I got to figure it. That's why, that's why I'm still paying for Bookmap at this moment. I can assure you that myself and many others, given a workable alternative, would do so. And there's the beginning of Papa Powell. Kaboom. Not that that's I shouldn't say Papa Powell. Excuse me, that's the minutes. Let's see what it says about that. Powell is at of course. Could it possibly be a surprise to anybody with a brain, let alone the top economists in the country, which run the Federal Reserve, that full effects of tariffs could take some time? Jesus, really? But that's a big thing. Everybody's all worried and nervous. It's like, what the hell happened to common sense around here? Completely nuts. These are the minutes, right? That's what they're analyzing here with fine-tooth combs and, bated breath and whatever else. I'll refrain from comment there, but yeah. It's like football. Jesus, Yeah, really. We may not know the full effects of tariffs because we don't even know what the full tariff percentages are and against what country. Maybe these people with the red ball cap on need to loosen the strap. I don't know. That ought to be as plain as the nose on your face. And certainly not a surprise to anybody. And yes, I'm really glad that the Federal Reserve governors recognize that. It's like common sense, but they stated it for the minutes so that these morons out there who are hanging on every word maybe take some notice of it. I'm maybe kind of a rant, but Jesus, I get so tired of just this knee-jerk. It's like the markets are starting to adopt kind of the personality of this, internet news cycle deal, with each different outfit just making up whatever facts they want to say and saying it, and the whole news cycle lasts a day. Kinda. I think that's kind of what they're so zoomed in that they don't just stand back and go, well, yeah, of course the tariffs, we don't know the full impact of the tariffs. We don't even know what the final tariffs that which will be applied to who and upon what are not set in stone yet. So how could we possibly? I just really don't have time for all this. Read. It's like a bunch of little kids playing Office to me. Crazy. Well, I guess they decided that what they were worried about aren't in the minutes. We still have Friday to go, but yeah. And they've turned this profile around as pretty much a well-balanced rotational profile now. Pretty funny, huh? Look at that. Pretty yeah, pretty well. Well, good. I'm glad they decided to do that. And we're blowing out the top. It's, wow, later than I thought. I apologize for that. It's 14:30. We got 30 minutes to the top of the hour here. We've rounded the curve for the final home stretch. We're going to end up with a shooting something or another, or a swinging hammer, or whatever it is over here. Funny, huh? And interestingly enough, look where we are. The open. That's the entire shenanigan here. Anybody tries to tell you that the markets are trading in search of value, remember these kind of days. This is absolutely 100% nothing but speculation. And I would suggest that somebody higher time frame was taking some profit, cleaning up some old business, taking out a bunch of retail people. That'd be my guess. Yeah. And there's the final turn. So tomorrow, we've got quite a few important numbers out tomorrow. And then Friday, of course, is 9 o'clock is Chairman Powell. Initial jobless claims, Philly Fed, S&P PMI, existing home sales. Going to be a busy morning. Busy morning. Earnings is going to have Walmart and Workday, Ross stores. Walmart could be some indication as to what's happening with the tariffs. Basically PPI. No numbers on, or no earnings again on Friday, but there's the biggie at 9 o'clock. This is investing.com, which is free. You can set up the filtering however you like. Your time zone, what interests you have, whether you're interested in 1-star, 2-star, 3-star only, whatever. I've filtered out the 1-star stuff. And the other news that I use is Financial Juice, also free. Of course, you can pay for either one or both. I think it's fairly expensive, Financial Juice in particular. I kind of like it. I like the investing.com, cleaner, easier to read for me. This area up here is more or less the same as investing.com, but what I like about Financial Juice is got more of a squawk box feature over here with, look at that. So coming up here at 1450 is the market on close orders, which have been so muted or unnoticed lately. Sometimes I've been talking in here about something and don't have any reaction at all. I realize it's come and gone. Not intentionally, but that's the way that is. Oh wait. See where we are in the finals here. Well, the volume has remained excessively high compared to previous day. We've dropped down from damn near 9 over here to about 6. This is ATR. Open interest. You can see what's happened to the S&P. Look at there for all those days. And then we have this. This is SPX. Seems like that thing is busy thinking about what I don't know. We're still red on the day, 1.9% change down. We were up to about 5% or 0.5 here earlier in the day, which is obvious by, well, even over here, by this. This is our, remember that this percent change in the color of these numbers, which is ironically has a psychological effect on a lot of retail trailers because their charting platforms may not be as intricate, but they see a bunch of red and they go, oh, that's because the last price is less than or lower than settlement. There you go. I think it's pretty phenomenal how we've repaired this and brought this entire day back to pretty much normal. If you look back at this, you would imagine a nice, well-balanced, without the rest of the, candles or wrinkles here, you would say, oh, well, that was a well-auctioned, balanced, rotational day. And people were leaping out of windows over here. Back to the business at hand. We essentially traded around the world and back to zero. I'm real pleased to report again that the TopStep, as I had expected and hoped, I guess, but expected because they're a professional outfit and they have integrity and whatnot. They have that mistake that they had with my accounts are all straightened out, and all 5 accounts are back in good stead and will be trading tomorrow. So I'm back in business now from last Thursday or last Friday. Not malicious or anything weird, but error in the way their back end office is working. Apparently some code changes that they missed, and I suppose as a result of it, fixed for other people as well. I'm sure I wasn't the only guy in the, only man in the boat. I hope so, actually, because it was real unpleasant and I was pretty disappointed and upset about it, but I got on support. Required twice, I will say this. If I had not, the first support person I got basically a note back that I said wasn't acceptable. That person didn't respond to me yet, but I contacted again, and the lady I got, super, followed up, emailed me, followed up with it, and then followed up today to report that all is well and want to make sure that it was good from my side. So there you go. My eyes are killing me. Okay, it's 34C out there for all you. This is about 89 for all you Fahrenheit folks. Remember that the stream goes live every morning at 8 o'clock every weekday and goes until cash close, which is the top of this hour, 1500. Just to run through the charts or and continue with the wrap up here. And in case you're not familiar with my setup, this is Bookmap, and this is the micro composite column where I manually enter the levels from my micro composite chart in IRT. These are the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from IRT. The full session volume profile, the RTH session volume profile, should be self-explanatory, I hope. Full session starts at 1600 at night, starts at 1700 every evening and plots through 1600 the next day. The RTH resets at 8:30 and goes until 1600. This is my notes column where I change the title of the column to the open type early in the morning before the open. Add all these statistics which are pertinent to the price levels and based on the open type. And you can see how frequently we've hit them over and over again. And then these are the migrating VPOC flags that I do, that I haven't more than anything. That's one hell of an IB, isn't it? What is that? 70 to 30, Jesus, a 50 handle initial balance. I'm not sure I ever saw that before, frankly. A 60 handle IB. Wow. That's pretty crazy. That is the trade that I'm vetting, the initial balance trades, of which there are two, the IB failure and the IB continuation. That's what I'm doing at this point, because I am approaching trading as a business of probabilities and statistics, and I realize that this is a random environment. Come on now, don't be. What are you doing this jerking and jumping around for thing? And that's the way to approach it if you want to have a consistently profitable, sustainable business rather than a video game or gambling. That's the way to approach it. And if you are into the adrenaline rush and clicking the mouse like you're killing snakes and having fun, that's good too. Whatever you're after, my particular goal is to have a consistently profitable and sustainable business. in hindsight, of course, which is so crystal clear, and rear view mirror trading, I like to call it. Boy, would this IB failure have been one hell of a trade, huh? Oof. Of course, it's so clear in hindsight. Right over here, in the heat of the moment, what would you have thought was going to happen? Probably not many traders would have anticipated that we'd be right back up here now. I wouldn't have, frankly. Pretty funny though, isn't it? That'd be pretty damn funny if they go neutral today and take out the IB high. That would be a surprise. All right, 2.5 minutes to the market on close orders. I'm actually going to be awake for this one here and be ready for it. Not that it's going to be amount to anything, I don't imagine. Let's guess here. Let's see if you can see the clock on my screens down here at the bottom, including seconds. Let's see if we see any movement whatsoever to indicate the market on close orders, and then I'll jump over to the other screen there and we'll see how they came in. Oh, 10 seconds here. A little liquidity actually laying up here. That's pretty interesting. About 300-400 contracts. Right at the previous initial EOC. And there we are. There is the sum substance of the market on close orders. Oh, man. Talk about a fizzle. Been pretty much how they've been lately, though. That's not surprising. Actually pulling down a little bit, but okay, we've got pretty big numbers today. 1,468,000,000 market on closed buy orders for the S&P. Buy side. Ballast this is. 341 million Dow 30. NASDAQ is 498. These are all buy side, by the way. And the Mag 7 is 391. So there you go. And there we have it. So appreciate you coming by. Glad the accounts are straightened out on my end, and so I'll be firing on all 5 cylinders tomorrow. And that will be great. Remember, the stream starts at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time with a setup and review of the numbers that are upcoming for the day and reports and earnings. And then pre-market. Basic setup for how I have my book map and risk neutral brackets, etc. All the trading philosophy there. And then for the balance of the day until 1500, which we're going to be there in 8 minutes, or 7 actually. Have no idea what we might have for a closing swing trade. Now, typically had we remained on these lows after the sell-off of last night on the ETH, you would expect that we'd get some short covering or perhaps a squeeze for profit taking, but we're right back where we started. So I basically don't anticipate any kind of a closing swing trade or any kind of volatility. It will be real interesting to see what happens now in the ETH this evening. This little spike up here. Pretty good fluctuations on here, 18 to 23, 5-6 handles. Not sure just why, but maybe those market on close orders. Certainly nothing that I would recommend participating in. How could you possibly have vetted such a trade? It's impossible. Only way you could do that is gambling. I mean, and if that's the way you trade, that's up to you, but not me. I don't think the long-term, that gambling idea has a long-term viability. My approach to the market as one of probabilities and statistics puts the probability and the expectancy or the edge, or whatever word you want to use for it, on my side. The law of large numbers works for me. Essentially, I am the casino, not the gambler. That's because these are the exact This is the exact business model of a casino and of the most successful traders ever in history. Jim Simmons, Renaissance, Ed Thorpe, Paul Tudor Jones, Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, you know. Tom the Trader, the guy that wrote the Best Loser Wins book. Anybody like that that's a successful professional trader over the long haul all knows that you have to approach the market as probabilities and statistics because it's a random market, and they realize that. What do you have a look at that and say that there's rhyme or reason to it? And it's a statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50 because it's a binary movement, a binary action, and it only goes up or down, one of two ways. There's no such thing as a in, out, or horizontal. We put horizontal movement on it by applying time. Didn't apply time, the market would just fly up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down, right? Like, you know, up and down and up and down. Sort of like more like market profile. More like a market profile, I should say. All right. 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Thanks for coming by. On your way out the door, smack the thumbs up and sub, and that would be super. I'd appreciate it very much. I'm only in this on as far as the stream goes, and for the subs and the likes. So, and you know, as I just explained at the pre-market, this is my virtual trading journal, and here we come right back up, and to where? Oh, look at there. Here we go, down and up and down and up. Funny how often it retraces itself over these previous volume points of control, isn't it? Got Crazy Ivan down here I didn't see. And the liquidity jamming in here now for the closeout. And here we go in 55 seconds. Here comes the liquidity. And there you go. I always forget about these little buttons. I hope I got the right one. These are what these little sound button things on the mixer. That was supposed to be a bell or a horn, and then people clapping. I don't know. It might have been somebody making rude noises. I don't know. I don't. It's silent here in my office. The music and all those things are monitored, but I need to put on a headset for it. So I don't. More convenient to stand here and not have it on. Okay, great. Well, I've been standing here for more than 7 hours, so I've had my fun. Now, of course, the market will continue to move until 1600. I'll restart programs and get those new, the repaired contracts and stuff, or accounts back in the mix. Tomorrow will be a big day. Again, I can't stress enough Let's get to just tomorrow here. There we go. Jobless claims. Initial jobless claims, I should say. The Philly Fed, that's a mover. S&P PMI. S&P PMI services. This is, first one is manufacturing. And existing home sales. Those are big numbers that measure directly the health of our economy in terms of basic stuff, you know? I mean, housing and jobs and our manufacturing. What are we doing? How are our businesses doing? So that's all real important stuff. Have a great night. Get out there and do something for yourself, for your health. Here's Juice. What's happening? Nobody's saying anything. There's the market on close orders. Remember, this is 1,468,000,000 buy side imbalance on the S&P 500. Think about that for a minute. At $12.50 a tick for one. The amount of money that zooms around in these financial markets is pretty astounding to me. And we finished today. If you just got rid of this wrinkle right over here, somebody, well, look at that, a lovely, well-balanced day. Got a little bit of an extra distribution up here, but nicely balanced. Taper at both ends, you know. And then you look at this side of the coin and everybody's jumping out the window all the way down. And I will say, once again, I don't think I've seen a 60-point IB that I remember. In the S&Ps anyway, for sure. And there's our swing right up to in the close there, right after the closing bell. We moved our VPOC right up here. Happens a lot lately. So get outside, do something for your health, get your eyes away from the screens, rest up. Remember that your health, well rested, state of mind, really important for trading. Well hydrated. If you're on tilt or you got hammered last night and 2 hours sleep and had a fight with mama when you got home, just throw the mouse out the window the next day. Do not trade. That'd be my suggestion. Have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow morning at 0800.